Outer window is not a class. No, it's indeed, it's not. Oh, it should have been a dot. And then we get what complaint. If outer window has an implementation, return outer window. Otherwise, return the inner window. Oh my god, it's compiling. Amazing. Oh, are you there now or not? Are you watching me, Eco? I guess not. I'll just explain it to empty air then, or how do you say this? So now my terminal window has an optional margin around it. Oh yeah, I still have to implement this. Thus, this is only being called if the margin is not empty, which means that I need just create a window. It's not even inside it's not a sub window by definition. Normally we call new window, or do I? Well, if you call basic window with just a size and a pulse, I think it calls new window. That would be this one. Well, no, it doesn't. It calls a unique handle size pulse. Handle, basic window handle. Yeah, this one. Yeah, that calls a new win. So instead, I want to call subwin. Actually, I want to call derwin. We have to call derwin on something that is already a window. So I have to first do this, that then must be the outer window, and then call this for the inner window. It returns a window pointer instead of, I don't know. Surely there's another derwin. This one. Didn't say basic window, which is constructing it. Yeah. Unique handle and everything. Okay. With the margin, that's the one that we need. This is the one we need. Derwin on a basic window with a margin. I don't like this one bit. Don't like this. I think I'm gonna have to do this a little bit more complex. Let's say this is what I want to end up with if the margin is empty. But I don't want to do this. So we have a margin. And then if the margin is empty, I want to do the same thing as this, which means that the margin was default constructed, which is the same as empty. So we can begin with copying the margin. That's not a problem. And then here we have to construct it, passing maybe I can move it. Can I move it to the base class? Still have to need a yeah, well, no. The outer window must be constructed first. I think I just started with this one being a null pointer. And then swap them in the end or something like that. The default constructor, I have now a default constructor, I think. Yeah, here. Construct an uninitialized basic window. Well, uninitialized, it's more like with a null pointer. What is this one? Yeah, that is. That is true. That is true. The default constructed unique pointer is just a null pointer. So not calling in constructor the base class gives us a null pointer. Inner window, and then we copy the margin, and the outer window is simply constructed as pos. Sorry, size comma pos. And then if the margin is empty, really the base class should have been this one. Can do a swap between the outer window implementation and the inner window implementation. If it is not empty, yeah, maybe I should still call that. No need to pass margin. Actually, no need to do anything because I already initialized that as well. I think I can do it inline. Okay, this thing has a default now. Can't have a default. Margin empty. No, margin is not empty. What to do? Create the inner window. Okay, create this. Constructor inner window, how? That was a Derwin margin. Called on the outer window. Margin must be less in size. Okay, so what if we call this? The margin is not less in size. Well, yeah, that's it. And this becomes a caller, whoever's trying to construct this. Maybe you should just assert that the margin is not empty. I think you should know that the moment you construct a thing. Because I think I also have to pass a border here that must be drawn inside that margin. What to do? inner. Let's see if it compiles. This can be removed, I think. After resizing, we have to be able to restore or redraw it again. So I think we have to store the border. It's just a white string. Not very large white string. Still though. Yeah, I could just call this. No, that was a full border. Maybe I should take into account what the margin is saying. Let's just pause the margin here. Wait a minute. I think I have that file already open. No, there. want to have two of them. Nah. Does that work? Right. Which of my tests can I abuse with this? Or, I don't know. That's Windows. This 2 is even more interesting actually. I should use 0.6. Yeah. It already has a subwindow. The long line is added to window, which is a derwin. Yep. So I want to replace all of that with my new terminal window. We have terminal window something size, position, margin, border. So size must be the outer size, which is the parent window size. Position top left. Margin, I guess. And a default border. That should do it. Now to place this one and this one. Need that one still. Don't have the background yet. Do I need to set that on? That might not work if you do that afterwards. And I mean that means I need to pass a rendition as well for the border. Sheet. Let's do this afterwards. That's just for the inner window then. It should still work though. What the hell is a terminal context again? Presents a terminal. Yeah, this doesn't update it. And we're back. Okay, what's with the dark red window thing? No color here at all. Context. Create color pair. There you go. You're home. Okay. Yeah, I'm working on a window that has a border, without that you are being bothered by the border. I was thinking that, yeah. Let me show you what I mean. So if you run Linux 6, so if you have this window here, then you get automatic wrapping if ncurses thinks that the window is only this big. No, no, probably not. But this is a window with a border. And if you want to make use of auto wrapping of ncurses, which just writes to till the end of its window, subwindow, and then continues the next character here. Then of course the ncurses must think that this is the window size, while the whole thing must include the border. So we have a window, an ncurses window that has this width, and then we must use a subwindow that is smaller in order to use the auto wrapping. But yeah, we don't want to use auto wrapping ever, because we want to only wrap at white space. So we don't really need a subwindow here. This could just be one subwindow period. And then you can just carefully draw exactly here, not touching the border characters. That might be more complicated anyway, you know. So I don't think ncurses gets slower if you use a subwindow. I don't think it gets significantly slower anyway. Probably even less slower than the overhead that we would need ourselves to keep track of, you know, where to write. Then we would have to add that code ourselves. Anyway, well, kind of a subwindow support then. If you want to be able to write stuff without going over the border. So it makes Java code probably just unnecessarily complex anyway, okay? So what I did is, or what I'm doing now is then that if you have a window with a border like this, then we do create an ncurses subwindow inside of it, which is just this rectangle that is inside the border. And then we can write to that without worrying even that then it is not even possible anymore to override the border. Now ncurses is auto wrapping in letters, but we won't use that because we want to wrap by words. This is not my auto wrapping. It's just a simple, very simple ncurses window. But so the only thing I'm working on now is that, you know, simple ncurses window, but with a subwindow inside of it that we are not being bothered with, and that then looks like this. So before my window was just this thing, which is now renamed to BasicWindow. That does not have a margin. You can draw a border in it, but yeah, then if you write into it and you're not careful enough, you would override a border, because then the border are just characters that happen to be at the edge. But my new window is now derived from inner window, which is just a basic window. And if you create that, you have a constructor here where you give the dimension of the outer window, just including the border, and the position within the on the screen. Yeah. And you can pass a margin, which is probably just should be one character on all sides. Possibly less. Yeah? You can of course set top and bottom to 0 and right to 0, but left to 1. Then you would have this thing here. That only has a border on one side here. So that would be left is 1 and top, bottom and right is 0. There's no margin there. So you pass a margin and you pass the border characters. This is just the eight characters that make up the border. And the default is what you just saw. Also show that. So yeah, these are the default characters of the border. And one character in the middle, because it looks better. Otherwise this would not look as nice. So now we have nine characters here, stored as a string literal. Well, that's the default box anyway. And then in the end, those 9 characters are stored in a wide character string. I think that's 32 bits, right? On Linux, 32 bits is 4 bytes per character. That's 4 times 9 is 36 bytes. I don't think that fits in a W string. Hope not. So that's gonna use malloc as allocation. So yeah, all basically slow. Don't put it in a loop of 100,000. But I don't think we have anything like this in a loop of that size. So if you just do this 100 times, yeah, nobody will notice it. Okay, so back to the window. We create a window with the size and the word to put it on the screen. And then optionally you can pass a margin, which is then 1, 0 or 1 characters on typically, although you could use a larger margin if you want to. And you can also draw pass border characters, which well, the only supported border that I have at the moment is with 1 character. I guess you could make a bigger margin and then add some code and then have more complicated borders being drawn. That wouldn't be too difficult. But I think anything wider than 1 character wide for a border is just a waste of space. And then we have 2 possibilities. If there is no margin, so the default, or if you pass nothing, then the constructor begins with constructing the outer window with size and pos, and it copies the margin and the border to these local member variables here, which you have to copy that because if the window is resized, then it must be able to redraw itself, regenerate basically the border. And if there is no margin, then we swap that implementation, the outer window, with the implementation pointer of the inner window, which is the base class, because there is no outer window. So then you end up with this this being a pointer to null and this being the size that you passed. And then there is just no margin. And if we do have a margin, then we create an inner window here by calling a derived window with that margin on the already constructed outer window, which was constructed here. So that's going to be a derwin that gives a sub window, and inside the outer window. And then we swap the base class pointer with that pointer. So now the base class, this is a thin inner window is a basic window is just a pointer. So the pointer is being swapped, and now the inner window is whatever we constructed here. So a little bit smaller sub window. And then I draw the border. Okay, now the problem here is that I'm still working on or thinking about is that if we want to have a rendition, aka a color, for example, want a background color, I think that the background color also must include the margin. We don't have a color here, but I want to make the background now dark red. So then this becomes white on dark red. But yeah, I also want to have a rendition for the border. And I think that by default that should, well, either you should be able to specify it separately. And you probably should be able to specify it separately. But if you don't specify it, then it should just use the same background color, I think. Or even the same foreground color as well. I mean, this is also white. This is now white on black, and this is also white on black. So if you change the color, then both the border as well as the text inside it should change fore and background color, staying the same, unless you pass a specific rendition for just the border. But that interface doesn't exist at all anymore. Let's first make this work. But you don't see that this does not work. I think that currently the rendition is only used for the inner window and not for the... Well, you can even select it like that. That is cool. Oh, that is cool. So we do need that. If you want to select text with the mouse, even if it is wrap on whole words here. If this would not be a subwindow, then it would of course select the border with it, which would be very annoying if you select this and you get the... Oh, what? Oh, it does... Ah, damn it, it doesn't work. Sorry, I thought it was only selecting the inner thing, but it is not. It does select the border, including the border. Why? A second ago I thought it wasn't. Yeah, it is. Well, okay. Never mind then. Why? That's so confusing actually. Why is it stopping here? Then why is it not going to the end of the window? Apparently it's aware of the ncurses window, otherwise this would be selected as well, this part. Yeah, I mean, you would either expect it to select at the very least this part here, and maybe even everything on this side, or stay entirely inside the subwindow. But yeah, we need to do processing for that anyway, I think, because it is possible if you wrap by word, you can have multiple spaces at the end, including ghost spaces that are just there because there must be something. There must be something there till the border. But if you select it, you don't want, and you paste it, then you don't want to get extra spaces, of course. So those have to be removed again. Can of worms are selecting text. Yeah. Okay, let's just make it dark red. So this is Linux 6. So I made a dark red rendition here, except that it is not dark red, it's green. How do I make this red? Dark red even. Let's try 8800. Should be red. I don't know how dark it is. Yeah. Yeah, so that says entirely inside the subwindow. So what we need now is to use the same rendition that I just passed for the border. And that's not possible because I'm creating it and passing it to set background, which works on the inner window. And the margin is already drawn during the construction here. So it seems that the rendition must be passed as well to the constructor, because this constructor draws margin, draws the border. I'm getting the feeling that margin, border and rendition all together often will go together. So you probably need a new class for that. And a new name then. How shall we call the collection of a margin, the 9 or 8 border characters, and the rendition to use for that? Maybe some synonym of border? A styled border, actually. Yeah, I used styled before if I added a rendition to it. So border is currently just the characters, which is maybe abuse of the word border. I would say if you say border, then you think about the actual border that you see, which includes the color and stuff. While currently my border class only contains the characters, how to draw the border. Yeah, everything is text, there you go. That's why it's a terminal. You have to go, okay, man. I think I'll rename the border to something else. So border here. This border only has characters. How shall we call that? But a real ncurses border exists of 8 complex characters, which is including all the rendition stuff. We only store a single white character here. Combining characters are not possible. The rendition has to be supplied separately, okay? Could call this so just characters. Why not call it border characters? Or just box characters? or just box. I think we're gonna call it box. It only wraps box characters. Should have been called box. And these two then are going to be combined into border. Let's not touch this yet. Same thing here. So also combination of box and margin. Might as well add a rendition here. Draw a border. So this sets a border and, without using a rendition, which was annoying. Get background. It uses the background of the current window. Oh, that's an idea as well, of course. But then you have to set that background first. Okay. Get background. W set background. But PKGRND. What? Here's a set background. What is it called? W background set instead of set background. Yeah. If I create a new window, then I also have to set a background, I guess. This should be called but still, I want to rename that. So, border. Let's combine these letters as well. So also I'm not changing this. This is a pin members for the box. then we get compile errors because I left border in. So yeah, I want to create a new class called border. Steal something from box, but it should look a lot like it. Okay, so here we can start with including box. The margin is so small. It's 4 bytes. So let's not use a constant. Constant reference is 8 bytes. So yeah, well, if it's compiled in as a pointer. So I'll just have a margin here. Addition is also small, I think. Addition is a color pair, which is 4 bytes. Attributes is also 4 bytes. So yeah, 8 bytes, still the size of a pointer. So might as well do the rendition here by value as well. And then of course the box is also small. So everything is small. The box is actually not that small. It's a standard W string. I don't know what the size is of a wide string. Might be pretty considerate actually. I use a default here though. You know, I have a border back, but you can only create one by passing 3 things, which I never do, obviously. So we still compile errors, but let's use the compile errors to find where that is. Border has not been declared. This is in BasicWindow. We do not, let's not take a margin anymore. Okay, now what? Yeah, the border does not have an. This is not a border. That used to be the box. If you do not pass a border, then we want this. There is no border. So I need an accessor. Yeah, in this case I use a cons reference. I don't know. I cannot imagine that compiler will not get rid of the whole reference. So I might as well follow my guts, gut feeling that there should be a cons reference there. Yeah, do we need the accessors for the box? Nah. Actually, I do. What's control thing? Yeah, too much information. You want to this constructs a default margin, which is empty. The rendition then we don't care about, and that is whatever it is. And the box characters is default box, which I also basically, and I don't care, to be honest. It's a bit of a waste though, because we're not using this, might as well keep that one empty. Yeah, that's gonna be annoying. Let's comment this out for the moment. Which means that this won't compile. I don't care. Just give me the errors. So here we want that to be the actual default. The default box. Box. So no default constructor for box. I just added that. I thought. Oh no. Yeah, and then commented it out. Okay, let's look at all the errors. Yeah. Mod new was not declared in the scope. Yes, margin. the minute. Set border takes a border, and then the default constructed border is no border. Non-existent border. That's not what we want. I need to pass a margin and a rendition. Oops, where is my margin? Yeah, right. Oh, right, that's an extra annoying then. Oops. That's disappointing. What the heck? I pass my rendition now to the constructor as part of the third argument. Apparently not being used for something. Oh, it is not being used. Yeah, true. Let's fix that. So this is part of the third argument, is now part of the border. The border stores a rendition. And then we do draw border. To draw border, and we have a border, and that border has a rendition now. And the border is just passed to set border. Yeah, not using a rendition here. Complex characters is convert background rendition. Yeah, we also always have a rendition now, right? Do I always have a rendition? There must be a way to set that rendition to the background rendition of the window. Somewhere. Is that a space? This complex character? I think so. What else can it be? Otherwise you could read this one, but complex character, so complex can convert to character. Let's do that anyway. What the hell is this? C hard type. We only have 8 characters. There is no space. Let's just do this and then hope that it is a space. How do I test if a margin is larger than 0? How do I get a margin? From the border. getting? Zero B. Why is that so asymmetrical? 8. Ooh, what? No. 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, the 4. So we do have a space. Just never mind. Uh, 0, 1, and 2. And the bottom is well, actually that 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So this is 6. Must be 6, 3, and 0. Yep. And this is 2, 5, and 8. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Yeah, everything's red except that one corner there. Oh, yeah, of course. Okay, how to deal with that? Well, actually, I'm laughing. I was assuming that it is just 0. So even if the end normally would work, it's still 0 and therefore doesn't do anything. But is it 0? Well, it's a 0 here, but 1 shifted 0 is 1. And none of these are 0. What I would get here is this is true. Therefore, we get top. And actually, this is also true. So we get left. So the least significant bit is always 1. So an OR between those two. Therefore, if I equals 0, then the mask is 1. And then we get something that has the least significant bit set. And with 1 is 1. So it should have done this. Clearly did not. Let's make sure that that is the case. So this is like is unequal 0. And then we do or I equals 0, because I think that that's exactly the one that doesn't work. Oh, it still doesn't work. Okay, so that's not it then. Oh, what the hell is going on here? Really, it is that these should never be false. Well, let's begin with ruling that out indeed. You should never get there. It's always true. Oh, but a tassenboard. Oh yeah, no. Okay, now I get it. Well, at least I get assert. It still doesn't really explain the. Yeah, oh, it does explain it. Never mind that. I'm just doing a shift here, but it's the 4 here is not being used. So if I equals 4, then really we should have done 5. So this is shifted with I or I plus 1, depending on if I is larger than something or less than. If I is less than 4, we use I, otherwise we use I plus 1. I think that was the problem. And now it works, including that corner. And yeah, well, it's a bit, yeah, you know. I would say shift it back, so we're no longer going to use 5, 6, 7, 8 here. The get complex char, I mean, I'm only passing up till 7, so I think this one already deals with it. Box char, index to pos, yeah, index to pos deals with it. So we're having an index which translates to, oh, it's totally different. Zero. So that didn't work at all. But well, we didn't see that because all the margins are larger than 0. But index 0 is actually 3. So this skips 4, which is what I need. So I need to use that on the index to get that thing. That would be correct. So this is still nonsense. Index to pos I. So 0 is actually 3, which is this. Which is left, which is this one here. That's the first one that is being tested. Still shows everything. And then experimental. Oh, my music stopped. No, oh, help. Okay. 6. Let's turn a margin off. Let's say we turn the top off. Oh, it's even more complex. Yeah, I already see it coming. This is not how we want it to look. And it columns. Oh, but it's because it's still left here 13. Of course, remove the assert now. But it's using the wrong character. It's not that easy. So this is now not does not have a border, but the characters used in the corner here still make well, a corner. I should have used the same character here. Man, that's complex. How to get that right? So we need a different character, which means you need a translation from I to whatever's passed here. Okay, let's see how to do that. I want to be able to do some kind of binary mask trick to convert a value, an integer value that indicates which character to use, to another character depending on whether or not there is a top, whether or not there is a border or a margin. For example, we have this character. If there is a margin, and then if you don't have that, if you don't have the top margin, then I want to use that, which is a space. Likewise, this one, if there is one, we should stay here, otherwise we drop back there. Very symmetrical. This one also, if there is if this margin exists on the right side, we use that character, otherwise we use this character. And on the left, the same thing. Now more interesting, this one, if there is no top margin, we should use that. If there is no left margin, we should use that. And if neither a left nor a top margin, we should use that. Therefore, this one, all the corners must be should be represented by an integer that has 2 bits set, where those bits correspond in turn with one of the 4 sides. Just start typing, I guess. Okay, normally I do top, bottom, left, right. I mean, it's an arbitrary order, but why not? So let's represent the edges with 4 bits, where the lowest bit is bottom, top. Left. And right. Yeah, you would want to use that. I don't have the thingy on the other side. Yeah, I have an odd one. An even one anyway, so. Let's use this. Not sure if the order here matters, but let's just make up some order. Hey, Kyle, welcome back. So that is the top left, top left. I know C++. I coded for a long time in C before that. So I know C obviously. And I have coded in a lot of languages, like for 2 weeks or something like that. So I can't say that I know those. With my memory, I have forgotten them. In my teenage years, I coded in assembly a lot. I don't think I know any assembly anymore. It's just gone. Yeah, so just one, I would say, C++. I'm just gonna go in this direction. So this is top. 0, 0, 1, 0. If you're good, then why not? It just takes a lot of time. I mean, anything takes a lot of time, of course. Becoming good in anything. Okay, I want to do this one next, which is top right. Right is over here. 1, 0, top. And then let's do this one, which is left. And then that one, which is... Actually, now we want to end up here as well. Eventually, which is none. That is 0. That's a space. I'm gonna do that. And now we get this one, which is right. They're the same character. Same character as left. It looks suspiciously, yeah, it's totally the same character apparently. Yeah, anyway. That would be this one then. This left bottom. Just bottom. And this one, which is bottom right. Translated to, well, decimal is 6, 2, 10, 4, 0, 8, 5, 1, and 9. 0, 1, 2, there is no 3 because there's nothing top and bottom at the same time. Yeah, I think that's okay. We can also never have 7. There's never 3 bits. So we can't make it a contiguous range, might as well skip arbitrary values. So we have 0, 1, 2, no 3, 4, 5, 6, no 7 obviously, 8, 9 and 10. Not too bad. The boys could get rid of the 10 I suppose with rearranging these 4, but well. Or can we? No, we cannot. It's already optimal. I mean, the smallest number. That's symmetrical, so you'll always have the first bit set, obviously. And then we need 2 other bits to be set at the same time. And we have now the least significant bit and the next one set. Not even this one. So that's pretty good. In terms of staying small, as if that matters. I do feel like ordering them differently now though. Let's put this at the top. And then the 1. And then the 2. So I want to use these values. Instead of the arbitrary, I think, values that I have here. I don't know why I meant just use these values actually. But it does use 7, so let's see, top left is 0. 0, 1, I guess. 2 is top right. 3 left. 4 is skipped. Yeah, it's just 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which is very arbitrary. That's this. Well, in order to be able to use our bit mask magic, this now must become, this is left, so that is must become 4. This is right, it's 8. Top side, that's just top, it's 2. This is BS. No, not really. Oh, bottom is 1. Bottom is at the top. TL. Top left. 6. Top right. 10. Oh no. Bottom left is 5. Bottom right 9. And then reorder it again. And add a space as well. Yeah, this is an ncurses thing. Ncurses uses these indexes. So you cannot put the space in there because ncurses doesn't care about space. It just wants to know the characters, 8 characters. Maybe that this is the ncurses order. No, it's not, because 0 is the left. I'm a bit confused. The index to pos is used for boxcars. This is no longer correct now. These have to be reordered according to this as well. This is all fine and dandy, but also here we need something like that. I can do that for this one, just for this one. Oh, that means that you need to reserve a certain size. Does this have a reserve? Set the size. Size is, well, whatever. Let's look that up. Maybe this. Or I would have to append it. Nah. 5 is on the right side. Hello, Rust lover. The right side. And then we get the bottom left. Box 6. Bottom side. And bottom right. Yep. Now looks okay. Doesn't compile though. Assignment of a read-only location. Why is this 11? All right, certain things are not used. So I have the code now ordered by the box index. I could of course initialize the thing here directly. Then I can make it const again. Then it would have to be ordered by this index. And now we have certain indexes that we can't fill, but you can just put I don't know. Yes, I'm making a Sally. I feel like doing that. I don't know why, but it's just more work. So let's do it. So then the first one must be no, which is this one. And then 1 is BS, which is this one. And 2 is TS, which is this one. And then we get 3, which is non-existent. Does that work? Probably not. Yeah, I use const expression when possible, but This isn't. It's a white string, but I can make it constant at the very least now. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4. 4 is ls. That is this one. 5 is bl. 6 is tl. 7 we don't have. 8 is rs. I see that here. So 9 is br, which is this one. 10 is tr, which is this one. And then I should have all my boxes. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. But I don't think it will understand that this is a white car. I know that almost so sure that I might as well add it immediately. Oops. It was amazing that it compiles and type in something and it compiles. Amazing. And it completely is screwed up. Yay, you have something to do. What? Oh, that's probably because I only implemented half of my bit mask trick. Yeah, so that's to be expected that it doesn't work when you don't code everything. I think I did this correctly. Yeah. I mean, I never make mistakes. It just has to be correct. But what is missing then? Damn it. What should be correct, I think, is the characters used, and that is correct. This is the correct character at the correct place. It's just not filling in everything. It is exactly what the part that is missing indeed. To the previous file probably. That may be a different, yeah, totally different top. Ooh, let's even open. Oh yeah, this one, set border. Yeah, that is not easy. So the trick here is, let's open both, I would say. That thing was called terminal box.h. VI, that, and this one. My VI is not VI. It's a script, and the script is going to figure out where those files are, because there are source is not in this directory. So this is source, but it finds it anyway. Just in case you're wondering. I'm lazy. I use scripts to my advantage. Okay, so this is my box. What we need here is probably this must be rewritten. Margin is still my margin. Margin mask uses that, depending on whether the margins are larger than 0 or not. And I already understand what I want, what mask I want to end up with here. That must be these bits here. These bits. Pretty sure of it. What else could it be? So top is this one. Is 2, which is simply top side. Box TS. Might as well use that then. Or just fill that in here. Box top side. And then this must be box bottom side. Box left side. And a box right side, which means that we don't need this at all anymore. So if now we have a margin on all sides, we'll get all 4 bits set. And we have a margin on plus sides, and sides that are not there gets a 0. If you don't have any margin at all, it would be completely 0. And now I want to, or have to fill this array of complex characters, where I runs over from 0 to 8, and that index is dictated by ncurses. Meaning that, well, this is ncurses, and we pass that array, so yeah, the index here is understood by ncurses. And we have to make a decision here whether or not to print something, but we also have to make a decision if there is something to be printed, what to print. My trick is now that we don't have to do that at all anymore. I just decide what character to print, and now I use this always. So this is no longer needed, I think. And this probably also not. I'm just going to print a character. And the character that we use is, that begins with a complex character. Convert to cigar is taking a complex char. So I need to pass a complex char here. The question is which complex char? And we get that from border box characters, because border box characters is my box, which we just have been working on. So I call it box characters, but actually it is, well, it is from the border. It returns box characters, which is a box then. Well, yeah, okay. So this is a box, and then on box we call get complex character. So here's my box, and here's the get complex character. And then this I here is the ncurses index, still. and that's hard to work with. So I think I have to remove the index to pos here. And just pass a position instead of the ncurses index. AKA we pass an index into box characters. Oh yeah, I have to think about it. Yeah, I'm going to come up with these values in the end. And these values have been used. These values are the index into box characters. So if I know pos, I just get that character. And then add rendition and return the complex score. Which means that here we need to pass the pos. And the trick is that if I can convert this I to a pos value, let's assume we can. Well, that was the array. So box has an array. Index to pos. It's already used there. And now my bit mask trick. I'm going to reset bits here. So reset means we end with the inverse of a mask. A mask of bits that we want to reset. No, I just end it with whatever we want to keep. Margin mask. Might as well combine it. For example, if index to pos returns top right, where top right is 10, meaning this bit mask here, then we have a bit set that corresponds to right and a bit that corresponds to top. But if we don't have a top margin, then we're going to reset this bit and then we get 8, which is just right. The top was removed. Just the right side, so 8 here, this RS. And then RS stands for the right side character, so you just get that. So instead of top, was it working with top right? Top right. Instead of this, we'll get the right side. You get that character. The trick that I explained before. I need to know that my margin mask is correct. The margin mask must be equal to what we do have. That is the case. Top side bit, bottom side bit, and so on. That should be correct. And this is also correct. I think it already works now. What am I missing? I thought there was one thing missing. Can't think of anything. Yep. Awesome. So this is a thing without the top margin. And now let's test it for everything. Let's have a top, but not a right side. Also works. And then let's not have a bottom. And let's not have the left side. And then we do, obviously, just the top. And just the bottom, and yeah, it just works because it's symmetrical. Yeah, that is done, I guess. Now I was working on the rendition. So now we have a rendition set. And the rendition is passed to the window and also to set its background. So what happens if I don't set the background? Then it's used for, yeah, that doesn't work because it does draw this. You have a border or you don't have a border. So the only thing I could do was use a space here. Or of course I can clear the sub window afterwards. I guess I did not clear it. Yeah, probably I have to clear it. Yeah, I think that... nah. If I... That's annoying. Oh, that's annoying. If I clear it, oh no, it's not true. There's one character here, all the work we just did is still necessary. I was thinking, if I clear it, then why did I do all of that? Might as well draw the full border and then just override it with the sub window. But if I would have done that, then this would still have been the wrong character, and that one as well. So, okay, no problem then. Let's see, how do we clear the sub window? I think I'm going to commit this because I'm going to ask AI a question. I better commit before you lose everything. Untracked files, so much. I hate this. You have to look at everything, decide if you want to commit it. I need to add comments as well. I hate that. Could say again that if a margin is 0, then it won't draw a border there, but 1, this doesn't draw, 2, that's already here. So I think that's good enough. Don't have margin anymore. So this is the border that is drawn around inner window. Already have a hash margin. Oh, it's here. Yeah. Good enough for now. Yeah, oh, that's not empty. Okay, can keep it. Although it's very minimal. Maybe I should make it. I kept it around a little bit so I could compile this thing. It compiles now, so maybe I should just. Oh, am I still already using it? Yeah, I'm already using it. In Linux 06. Let's make this one empty. aka non-existent. Draw border. Accessor for outer window. Probably need an accessor for the border. I mean, do we? Might as well. Normally it never hurts even if you don't call it. This is not really an accessor, of course. But yeah. We needed it because I forgot. Right, we need to pass a rendition now with that border. A margin in rendition. Let's add this. I think I have to add everything. Huh? Can't do it partially. Oh yeah, I'm not setting the background at the moment. It's kind of work in progress then. And this looks ugly. Definitely work in progress. Basic window, parent window size gone. add that and commit it. I'm an idiot. Print members coverage fails. Border and window. This test takes too long, so it needs to be split up or looked at. 27 seconds. Starts to get annoying. 100% passed. Okay. Now we are ready to ask the AI a question, and I forgot what it was about, of course. Oh yeah, okay, and it's the clearing. Linux 06. Same as erase. Plus call to clear OK. I don't understand what that is. Fill window with blanks. I think that's what I need. Just a call to erase. Clear OK. What the hell is clear OK? setting wins clear OK property to true causes the next window refresh call on it to clear the terminal screen and redraw it entirely. This property is useful to restore the contents of the screen, perhaps because another process has run to the terminal, or in some cases to achieve a more pleasing visual effect. If win is cursor, current screen, see cursor variables, then window refresh call on any window causes the terminal screen to clear and redraw as above. The refresh resets this property to false. So we don't want that. No clear OK. So I just wanted to call erase, I think. And good. Now I want to have a background rendition for the window. How would I normally set that? Well, BasicWindow should already have that. The rendition. Attribute set rendition. Set rendition used for subsequent output. Oh, that's everything. Set background. It's a complex character. Do we already use that somewhere? Yeah, that's a call to set background, which we can do afterwards. But then that only applies to the inner window, which is fine, of course, if you already have set a rendition for the parser rendition for the border. But now I force myself to pass a rendition for the border. So maybe I should turn it around and I mean, normally I would say if you set a background color and you do not set the rendition for the border, then the border should use the same background as the window. But we cannot do that. We can only pass, well, I have to pass it to the constructor. And I'm now using that only for the margin, which is yeah, that's not good. I mean, that's annoying. Either I have to pass 2 renditions to the constructor, which is no, never ever. So I just use it for that rendition is. I will use that rendition for the margin and for the inner window. And then if you want to have a different one, you can call set background again on the inner window. So I do want to use it now on the set background on the outer window, actually. Before drawing the margin, before drawing the border. So it should have a, so this window.h, everything is in line. So before drawing the border, I want to set set background on the outer window. Doesn't matter, we do that before or after the swap. And that should use the same rendition as, so I have to construct it, I think set background takes a complex graag. Yeah. Oh, that also takes an erase. Set background erase, that would be interesting. I don't have to separate it, erase it separately. Well, they just calls erase on it. Not particularly faster if you ask me. But kind of, that's what we should do, I suppose. So I can construct it from, I can erase it even before drawing the border, I guess. So this is no longer necessary. Or that would be, that did erase the, oh wait, that's not true. I draw the border on every side, but on some certain sides we don't, we just draw all, sorry, the erase here was necessary, but this erases the inner window. And that was necessary if the background of the border is different from the background of the inner window. But that's going to inherit the background of the outer window, in which we are setting here to the same rendition as the border. So now this erase is also no longer necessary. And I might as well not do it, I think. But then here pass true. It's a bit vague actually. I might as well pass false and then erase here. Kind of more clean, but on the other hand, yeah, it's more clean. Well, why would I erase characters that I'm gonna override anyway with a border? I mean, this is 2 lines and the other thing is 3 lines, but this is more logical. I think it's more logical. Let's do it like this. Now do I get my rendition, the same rendition as the dual borders using? Just something, or it's just border rendition dus. Border underscore rendition. Not as expected. What went wrong with there? Is that because the outer window outer window's background is just not inherited? Well, no, well, it's not going to. We constructed it here. Maybe it is inherited if we do this before that. First set the background without clearing and then create an inner window of the outer window. That might work actually. Awesome. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Is it still a whip now? We do this. There was something work in progress in relationship to the test, I think. Let's have another look at that. Well, this window refresh. It's like if you call window refresh, we don't want. I did not want to be bothered by the fact that my window actually is two windows, so I don't want to have to call two refreshes either. I just want to, I mean, it's even possible that this is a null window, right? So we should just do this and then have that one automatically done. So this should not be necessary. This is also no longer necessary, is it? Well, that would be the background of the inner window then. So let's say I make another one. Make a blue rendition. There's nothing dark about it, however. Let's make it a little bit darker. It's not being refreshed now, however. Test. Where's my test? There's no test here, of course. Test here. 0.6. And we don't have a outer window refresh anymore. It's pretty dark blue though. So now I want that if refresh is being called on the outer window, in other words on this window, then I'm gonna have to intercept that because I don't want refresh to be going to the just in inner window. Maybe there are more like that. Refresh basic window. Just void fresh. And the order was first the outer window and then the inner window. I have no idea why that would matter. Does it matter? Okay, so if we do have an outer window, then we want to call refresh on it, and then we want to pass it to the base class. Just refresh both, but only if we do have an outer window. So if, yeah, I did have a hash margin, but it's kind of, it's more like you want this. But why that order? Is that really necessary? Oh, this works. What about the other order? Also works. And now I see a cursor. Yeah, that's a separate issue with it, I think. Actually, you just should see the cursor. Cursor is visible. I think this order makes more sense. maintains a physical screen model. What it believes the terminal currently shows. Window refresh is essentially win out refresh, whatever that is. Win copy changed parts of win to the virtual screen. Oh, that's the out. What does the N mean there? Do update. Make the real terminal match the virtual screen. So drawing into a window changes only its in-memory image. Refresh publishes those changes. As in those two steps. So you write something to the memory of that window handle, the in-memory image, and then you call refresh in order to copy it to the virtual screen and then to the actual screen, to the actual terminal on the video card, I suppose. Whatever, however that works. The subtlety with Darwin. Derived window shares its character cells with the parent. Parent character storage child shares these cells. But the parent and child have separate bookkeeping, recording which lines have changed. Think of it as shared pixels, separate dirty region lists. Writing through the child changes. The shared character cells. With that, and marks the child dirty. Writing through the child changes the shared character cells and marks the child dirty. It does not necessarily mark the parent dirty. Writing through the parent has the corresponding reverse problem. Do both need W refresh? No, if you roll only into the derived window, this normally suffices. Write to the child, refresh the child. That displays the child's changed region. You do not also need refresh parent. However, refreshing the child does not publish unrelated parts of the parent. Refreshing the child does not publish unrelated parents of the parent. For example, box parent, add child hello, refresh child, only the child region is published. To display both the parent's border and the child contents, both windows have pending work. This is preferable to 2 W refreshes. Okay. Because the terminal is updated only once. In this particular parent-child case, because their character storage is shared, you can alternatively propagate the child's change bookkeeping upward and refresh the parent. Oh, that's a sync up. Ah, cool. Or enable automatic upward propagation. Sync OK, child. Direction of synchronization. The asymmetry is important. Sync up child marks the corresponding areas in all ancestors as changed. With sync down child transfers changes status from the ancestors to the child. W refresh child automatically performs the equivalent of W sync down. Oh, okay. Outward synchronization is not automatic unless we sync OK child true was enabled. Pretty amazing that the AI understands all this. I understand it too now, but it told me after reading 10 web pages and 100 month pages, it just knows how it works. It explains it pretty clearly as well. And this is light. The end of the world is near. No, I'm just kidding. Draw into child. Window refresh child. Draw into parent. Window you refresh parent. Draw into child. And you refresh parent. Additional actions before the refresh, I suppose. W sync up child or sync OK child true. Draw into parent. The refresh child automatically synchronize downward by window refresh child. Draw into both. Window refresh both. Prefer that, yeah. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Okay, so let's incorporate this new knowledge. But it was wrong. On the other hand, basically, I only ever want to write to the child, which means that, yeah, I can just forget about this thing. Yeah, so not doing that. Only talk to the child. There is not going to be a change, I think, of the border after the draw border. Now, of course, the draw border itself yeah, this marks the stuff dirty, but so does what we do immediately after the draw border, the erase. So it kind of makes sense to combine it first, I think. And then we have to combine it towards the parent, because the parent is larger. So I want to do a sync up here, I think. What was the exact thing? W sync up child. Except that I call it sync up, because it's always on the window, and I make it it's a member function in my case. So just call sync up on the inner window. And then, yeah, no, we still need to refresh the parent, which I'm not going to touch anymore. So I'm afraid to have to do that here. But I will not know better than I have to do it afterwards. I have to call refresh on the child. So instead, we're gonna do this one, I think. Which is just called like that. Basic window, whatever. And we call that on the outer window. And then we still need to call a do update. Even this is a bit it's a bit dubious actually. It's more logical to do these two after writing to the child. Yeah, let's not do this. I also do not want to be bothered though with I have to call refresh. Now the whole update is so I think I can just move this to a border. That might be the cleanest way then. Not the ultra fastest way, but so here window is created, and then I write to the inner window here, and then we call refresh on the why. So I'll do this. I think that if now I call refresh on the window itself, then it's not really duplicating anything. Although a sync up would have been preferred, but I think, yeah, this will work. And nothing. Okay, that's interesting. It probably was because of that, but still. Oh, and I don't have a... What? Okay, now we turn it around. So we do now just the parent. And then I get only the border, I suppose. Don't get anything. Wow. Not sure we understand the... What the hell, man? Copied it. To update. Nothing. How is that possible? Does it even exist then? They're telling me about a function that does not exist. There's no do update. Damn it, I have to go to bed. It does exist. Yeah, it does not exist there, but I only support Windows stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's too difficult for now. For the moment that I have to go to bed, actually. And we lost the border for some reason. What did I do? How the hell can that lose my border? Window, outer window, refresh. Why is it so slow? I should be using a C cache. Oh wait, it's slow. It's the same code I already compiled. And that works. Not only that, there is indeed a chance that it now works if I call well, it had to do with the bed. Not here for some reason. Yeah, okay, that indeed works. Well, you could, I can still do that, of course. I mean, it's just another window. So now I create a window and it has a subwindow internally, but we don't know that. And I set a background and I write to it and I refresh it. And it becomes visible. All of it. And then we wait on the input from the standard screen and it still works. Let's make another one. The 1, the 2. There's abuse of margin here, maybe. It's not really, well, why would it add a margin? I was afraid of that. Yeah, so if you first create this window, then that publishes its border, and then we create this window which publishes its border, and then we write a line in it, path, and then we refresh the thing. It's gonna refresh the inner window, the inner window of this one, after that this border was written. Overriding the border. So this border is now gone here. So it doesn't work. You can't publish the border at the moment you create the window. I mean, then stuff like this wouldn't work anymore. Doesn't work anymore. I'm going to bed. I'll address this tomorrow.